Yes. Hello. I assume you can hear me. I never know how to start these things. I don't know if it's working half the time because I just start talking into this microphone and I assume it's coming through the internet. Before I could check the Twitch thingy if I unmute this. Yeah, I can hear myself. Cool. Yep. Hi. You can't hear me? Really? That's a lie. I feel like you're lying to me. I feel like that is some untruth. Yeah, you can. Yes, you can. I just checked the internet. I just checked. Hello. Yep. We're going to do some SQLite today because I really want to learn. SQLite. I keep hearing about it. The internet keeps telling me that it's this cool database. And for the longest time, I thought it was just this like thing that you like this single file database thingy that you wouldn't use in any production system. But it seems like it's doing pretty well. The 37 Signals launched a bunch of products called Once, and I believe that they were all backed by, so they've released like this Writebook thing and this Campfire thing that you sort of buy once. That's the deal, and it's kind of a cool thing to look at. And I bought them and I read the source code, and they're fun to read. But they both use SQLite. And I found that very interesting. Like, why would you use SQLite database? Why would you use that over things like Postgres or MySQL or any of those like NoSQL fancy databases? Because I've always been a Postgres person my entire career. I mean, I started off in MySQL, but I've used Postgres professionally for almost 15, 16, 17 years now. And I've at my last place, our database was pretty big. It was like many terabytes. I think, I don't want to brag, database was maybe one of the biggest in the Southern Hemisphere. It's pretty good. I think that, boy, the stories could I tell of our Postgres database. Whew. Boy, could I tell you. But Postgres, when set up correctly, can handle like significant load. And it can do all the things. You can store JSON in database. You can do some pretty advanced querying. You can get like geospatial stuff. You got vectors. You've got this like PSQL database. You can run JavaScript, like a JavaScript thingy inside a Postgres database. And you can have like, one of the things that I really liked in Postgres was foreign data wrappers, I think they were called. And it was a way for you to make a table. Basically, you could set up external data sources, but have them represented as a table inside the database. So you could essentially set up like a REST API, like maybe some HTTP API could be exposed as a table in the database. So you could go select everything from Twitter, where username is Keith Pitt, and it would then do a like HTTP request to get the data and get returned as sort of a table, and you could join and do these cool things. That was kind of a cool feature. But as I researched why 37 Signals chose SQLite, it became clear is they didn't want to add another dependency. They were trying to sort of limit the amount of dependencies that they had inside their in their application. They wanted to ship as many, like as not many as possible. So they don't want to have to have a Postgres server running at the same time, but SQLite was a good choice. So I'm currently writing this IRC client in Ruby, mostly for the Twitch, like a Twitch IRC client that will show on my screen. I know there are plenty of pre-made Twitch clients out there, but I haven't written Ruby in a few years, and so I wanted to sort of dust off my skills as a Ruby developer and just relearn how to Ruby. So I'm writing this Twitch client in Ruby, and I want it so it currently writes to disk it connects to the Twitch IRC channel, and whenever it receives a message, it saves that IRC raw message in the file system. But I would like to change that data storage to be a SQLite database. At the same time, I want to fix, I got a bug in my current IRC client. If I have two versions of the IRC client running at the same time, they will both write to this log at the same time, which means I get duplicates in the log. So for every client I have open, I will have X number of duplicates in my in my log. So I want to sort of fix that at the same time as well. The other thing that I'm doing while also learning Ruby is I've switched operating systems. So I traditionally am a Mac guy, been doing Mac for a long time. I started my career in Windows, and then I switched to Ubuntu for a number of years, and then I switched to Macs back in 2010, I think, 2010, long time ago. But I started off on Ubuntu, and now I've sort of jumped back into Linux. I'm running Arch, by the way, as my operating system. At the same time, I've switched to a tiling window manager called Hyperland, and I've spent too much time. It's too much time messing around with my Linux setup, trying to make it super cool and schmick. So without further ado, let's get into doing some coding on my computer. Look at that. This is my, how can you tell if someone is an Arch user? They'll probably tell you. They'll probably tell you. And I think there's that joke of Arch, by the way. I'm still new to the community, but I think you have to say, yes, I know. Yeah, there's Arch. It's Arch. I don't know why Arch is so good. I don't really get it, honestly. It just seems like it's Ubuntu, but with no versions or something. I don't know. I was going to do NixOS, but that seemed too hardcore for me. I don't think NixOS seems like if you like raw dog on a flight, you got to be a special sort of person to run NixOS. Maybe one day I'll try it. One day I'll try it. If you don't know what NixOS is, I think it's called an immutable operating system, where you can't anything that you change on the file system, I think, gets reset whenever you reboot into it or something. Kind of like how the SteamOS stuff works. I have a Steam Deck, and when you can fuck around Linux, but when if you reboot it, it'll sort of change all the settings back. So this is my new setup. I spent a lot of time, the community, they call it ricing. I don't know where this term comes from, but ricing your Linux distro is when you customize the fuck out of it. And I have customized this distribution a lot. And so I got this cool tiling window manager. How cool is that? I've got the switcher, so I can switch between thingies. So I got this one. If you look in the top left, that's my little client, and I can go Command 2 and then open the Zen browser. It's very fancy. I can go pow, 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 and switch between the windows. What else have I done? I have set up a clipboard manager, so I can go Command B and then go, whoa, look at that. That is my clipboard history. That's very cool. It's very fancy looking. I got the time working in the top right hand corner. I don't want to brag. I got the time working. Got way bar at the top. I tell you what though, the most difficult thing that I had to figure out was to. This is gonna seem so like such a small thing to have struggled with. And it's the working directory of the Ghosty instance. So the terminal that I use is Ghosty. There's a couple that you can choose from. Kitty is another popular terminal emulator, but I chose Ghosty. Now, Ghosty has this feature where, I'll show you. The current working initial directory. So, let me find the docs. Why is the Ghosty docs? Ghosty option reference. It's called. Why can't I find where's not finding the right website? Here we go. I spent a lot of time on this webpage. So, working. Okay, so in window inherit working directory, this particular option I spent hours trying to get working. If true, new windows and tabs will inherit the working directory of the previously focused window. If no window was previously focused, the default working directory will be used, blah, 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 blah. So the issue that I was having was in a tiling window manager, like this one, when you open like a new instance of something. So if you, this is not when you open up a new terminal like this is not like opening up a new instance. This is not like going to Ghosty and saying, hey, Ghosty, can you open up a new window for me? This is going to the operating system. And so this is two separate instances of Ghosty running, like two separate processes. And the way that Ghosty works is when you open up a new window from within Ghosty, it knows its current working directory. You can just say, hey, what directory am I in? I'm in the code directory. When you go Control N or Command N to open up a new window, that'll then sort of grab that working directory and send it to the new window, which is easy. But in a tiling window manager like Hyperland, this is a whole, if I press my open terminal shortcut, it doesn't do that. It's not telling Ghosty, hey, can you open up a new window, please? This is the operating system creating a new instance of the application. And so it kept losing its working directory. So if I was in my code directory and if I was to open up a new Ghosty window, it would have gone back to the root directory. It was very, very frustrating. And so I had spent a lot of time fixing this particular issue. And I'll show you how I fixed it if you're interested. Yeah, I'll just show you. So I don't know if this is the right way to fix it or not. I spent a lot of time Googling it, trying to like figure out what the best way to fix it is, but this is how I did it. So this is my Hyperland config. This is the configuration that sort of, this is the configuration that controls my entire interface inside Arch, Hyperland. Blah, 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 blah. And so this is how I basically wrote a script. So I'll show you how this works. So in Hyperland, you can bind stuff to the keyboard. So I've got this set to the command key on my keyboard. So if I go command tilde, which is the grave keyword, it'll exec this terminal. Hello person that joined. So whenever I press command tilde on my keyboard, it'll exec whatever's inside terminal. Now what's inside terminal? This open terminal.sh. Now I don't know why this was so freaking complicated, but I'll show you how it works. So when I press command tilde on my keyboard, it runs some bash. I love some bash. Bash is an underrated language. So here's what I do. It's quite I could probably fix this code up a little bit. I might at some point, but for now, this is fine. What it's doing is it's kind of looking at the current window. So whenever I press command tilde, it runs some, this first command here is just seeing that I've got JQ installed because I don't want to break my terminal window opening if JQ wasn't installed. And JQ is a command line tool that lets you inspect and query JSON on the command line. So if JQ is installed, the first thing I call is this hypercontrol active window just J. And what that'll do is, I've typed it over here, hypercontrol active window. Active window. That just gives you all the information about the active window. Now this whole panel on the right is a window in Hyperland. And you can see that it's on monitor 0. This is the size of that window, and there's a bunch of other information about this particular window. That's a window, this is a window. That's a window, this is a window. And you can get actually all the windows by going, I think it's instances or clients or something. Yep, clients. Clients will return all the active windows. So back to that, active window. There's a bunch of information that you can look at. So the title is code. See that? It's the code at the top. This is code. Now this is the classes what I was interested in. So this is the class of application. So if I was to look at a different application, like the Kitty terminal would have active window. See, Kitty has its own class. This is the program that's running in that window. So the first thing I'm doing is I'm sniffing the current window. And if the current window is Ghosty, there's probably a better way for me to write this. This is just how I did it. So if the current window is Ghosty, and I do this really naughty thing where I sort of steal the working directory of the terminal. So the first thing I then look at grab the process ID of Ghosty. So PID, this is the current process ID of this ghosty instance. And then I steal it. Now, if the PID's not blank, I'm just sort of protecting, just doing some defensive programming here. I then grab the first child of that process. And so that would presumably be ZSH, which is the thingy that I'm running. The whatever, what's the ZSH? Like a terminal runner code? I don't know what ZSH, whatever that bash ZSH, whatever that thing is. I'll grab the PID of that, and now if there's no PID, what I do then is I sort of peek into the current working directory of that child process, and I steal it, and then I bounce out of it. So if you look at /proc, I think this is basically all the current processes that are on the machine, all their IDs. And so if you then look at, like, I'll show you how this works. So over here, so this current Windows process is 6559. You can go /proc /6559, and look, I'm in like this place with a bunch of information about this process. Specifically what I wanted was the working directory. So working directory, and then I do pwd-p, and look, that gives me sort of where the working directory of the process is. So bouncing out of that, what I can do now is I steal that working directory. Push D is if you've ever used the window location history API in the browser, you know, you can sort of push a location and then go back a location. That's what push D pop D lets you do. You can push a directory onto, you can sort of CD into it at the same time as remembering the history and then bouncing out of it. So I bust myself into that working directory, I steal it, I get back out. And then the last thing I do is just to see to make sure that the Ghosty application I have installed, just in case I don't have it. I don't want to like break if Ghosty is not around. And then I set the working directory to be the one that I stole. Long story short, I spent like 2 hours making it so when I'm in the code directory and I press Command Grave, it opens the code directory again. A lot of fucking around. I don't know why people rise their Linux distros. I don't know why they do it. It's a lot of fucking around. The amount of shit, man, I've had to build, right? Like I've had to write my own waybar is this thing at the top. I had to like write a script that runs that. So I'm monitoring the config and the style of the waybar. And so waybar doesn't have like built-in reloading. I tried it. I don't know why it doesn't work. So that means if I go to my waybar config, check this out. Look, I can change things. So clock, let's go to the clock. I can go hello and you'll see it reload. Ready? Pow. Look, hello's in the nav bar now. Woo. Save. Woo. See, that's kind of cool. That's kind of one of the neat things of this whole setup. I can go to the style sheet and I can change the colors of my entire nav. Watch this, ready? Instead of background, let's go goldenrod, my favorite color. Ooh, fancy pants. I could probably make it so that if certain things happen on the file system, like if, I don't know if this still works, if, so actually I'll come back to that in a second, but I can do these things. I can change, if I wanted the clock to be a different background color, I can go background red. There you go, the clock's a different color now. Maybe I can have like a live stream online, offline thing in the top. But one cool thing that I want to quickly do inside Hyperland before I get to my SQLite shenanigans is mess around with the way that the windows are laid out. So here's the problem I currently have. When I'm doing a Twitch stream, I have my coding machine here, and I've got my sort of streaming setup here. So I've got like a camera here, I've got my OBS set up here, and my coding machine here. My OBS setup runs on my Mac, and I'm running a PC with Linux on it here. I've got an Elgato capture card that's feeding this video stream into my Mac, and my Mac's the one that's doing the actual streaming. The reason for that is I I don't want to use my Mac for coding and live stream, just in case I leak any of my personal information by accident while I'm streaming. And the second thing is I can reboot and I can just hang this PC, my coding setup, without affecting the stream. So 2 different computers. But when I'm in the zone coding, I forget where I am in this image. So my video is sort of here on the screen. But when I'm coding, I forget that sometimes you can't see something. So if I was had all these windows open and I'm in here and I'm writing some code, obviously you can't see it because you've sort of I'm sort of overlaid on top of it. Now what I want to do is sort of reserve this part of the screen in Hyperland so nothing will appear here. I'm going to put the chat above my head and have this sort of space reserved. Now, the cool thing is Hyperland has actually this feature built in already. It's called Reserved. And so let me sort of take you on a tour of how this works. And then we'll get to the actual SQLite thing. So in Hyperland, which is my tiling window manager, Hyperland, this is my monitor config setup. So this is where I define and set up all my monitors. This is the Elgato 4K streaming thing that I've got. That's sort of this stream is piping through. And this is my main computer, my 32-inch. This is the screen that I'm using, but instead of going through the display port, I'm going through the HDMI port. I'm running this at a 1.6 scale. So if I was to go back to 1, you'll see that this is the regular scale of this particular resolution, but I've bumped it up to 1.6, so it's a bit easier for you to see. You can go as much as 2 if you wanted, and then have basically a nice crisper picture, but then it's at the cost of a lot of screen real estate. So 1.6 seems like a good compromise. Running at 192, 1080. Now, I will say after I've defined these monitors, I then source this additional file, which is the override file. And I don't modify this file by hand. This is something that I built. I have a script that controls this file, and it basically turns on or off the display port or the HDMI port. It's a switch. I don't know why I spent so much time building this thing. I could have just done it by hand. I wrote a bash script again that basically modifies that file. It reads all my monitor configs and basically ensures that only one, it disables the other monitors once you enable a particular one. So before the stream, I typed HDMI, utils, what's it called? I forgot. What did I call this code? I can't remember the name of the file. Switch monitor. That's right, switch monitor. So I wrote the script that basically switches the monitor between the HDMI one or the DisplayPort one. I'd like to do this automatically somehow, figure out a way for the machine to know what it should be presenting and have it just switch dynamically, but I haven't figured that out yet. So I'm running through this thing, and then it basically just does some validation to make sure that the monitor that we switch to is correct, and then it writes this file here. Now, what I want to do now is add another file, override, Hyperland. I think I just edit this file manually for now. I'll make it sort of work better later on. Fuck it, I'm not going to fuck this right. I'm just going to do it manually in the thing. So here we go. This is what I want to show you. I was going to just write a script to make all this work, but I really want to get into the SQLite stuff. So I'll just do that later. I was testing this before, and so let me show you Hyper. So Hyper Control is the command line utility that lets you ask questions about Hyperland. The first thing what you can do is ask for all the monitor information. So this is the monitors that are connected to this machine. The HDMI one is the Elgato capture card that I'm currently streaming through. These are the supported resolutions. And this is my DisplayPort monitor that's currently disabled. what I want is HDMI A1. So what you can do in, reserved. So here's a call that I can do inside Hyperland. It's hypercontrol keyword. And that's keyword is basically sending a new configuration to Hyperland through these keywords. The monitor keyword is one that I'm using, and I'm passing this particular sequence of magic and voodoo. The first argument is the target. So which monitor we're going to target. So I'm targeting my HDMI connection. The next thing I'm doing is saying address reserved. So, add reserved. What that's basically saying is that in the screen, you should reserve this space and put nothing in it. Just leave it like it's a dead zone in the tiling window manager. 0, 0, 0, 0. If I run that, nothing changes. So you can see that I think the background changed. I don't know why. I think I lost my wallpaper or something. Don't know what happened. So what I want here is instead of 0, 0, 0, I think it's top, down, left, right. And on the right-hand side, I basically want to reserve this space in my screen because I'm going to put the IRC chat above it. So I put 300 here. All of a sudden, whoop the wall. Look at that. So this whole area over here now is reserved on my screen. And if I open up new windows, it basically won't open them in this area. I think 300 is close to the number that I want. Maybe it's 290 is kind of what I want. It's a bit more, I'm going to edge more closer to my face. More closer. There we go. That looks like a nice setup. Hey, how cool is that? So now I'm sort of floating. So on my screen, I've got this whole reserved space that won't be in there. And this area of the screen is reserved for the tiling window manager. I'm just going to quickly chuck this particular code into a script so I can just run it later on. Reserve. There you go. So I just wrote a script just so I remembered how to do that. All right, the next thing I'm going to do is get my stream chat running while I work on it again. So here's another script that I have. It's the stream chat. Oh, looks like I already have this control in there. I'll leave that for now. Now, what is this doing? This is using a more Hyperland magic, hypercontrol dispatch. Dispatch is a way for you to tell Hyperland to run one of its pre-built-in actions. Exec is the same one that I'm using. Exec is basically run this application on the machine. Here I'm running exec ghosty with a background of 0. So I'm booting up the terminal emulator with a background opacity of 0. And then I'm loading, this is just some magic to load in the Ruby environment, at which point then I'm running my IRC client in Ruby. Now here's the cool thing in Ghosty, in Hyperland. You can, when you run an application, you can give it some flavors of here's how you should treat the window in Hyperland. In this case, I want a floating window, which means that I should be able to move it around the screen. It's not part of the tiling window manager. You can move it wherever you want. I want you to pin it so it doesn't matter which workspace you jump between, like I'm jumping between workspaces, keep it there, move it to 0, 0, so start its position up in the top left-hand corner, make it about 300, 300, and give it no border. Now, if I run stream chat, here we go, look at that. Now, this is a window, you kind of can't really see it, but if I move it over here, it's actually not the right size. I need it to be a bit smaller, I think, to make it look good. All right, hang on, let me just quickly change this code. Stream chat, I don't want 300, 300, I want it to be, and what did I do in the reserve window? 280, so with a 10 pixel gap, 280, 260, I want 260. Let's try this, 260. Move that here, move it sort of there. I can resize it. Let's go a bit taller actually. Yeah, let's go taller. Whoops, close please, close. Taller, 350. Tree Freddy. Yes. I haven't quite figured out how to position it there properly yet. I got to do that yet. So now I've got this sort of window floating around here. I can manually change its size here. And now if I type in the Switch chat over here, hello. Check that out. Twitch chat is in the top. Whoop. How cool is that? Floating in the window. And if I switch between my Hyperland instances, it stays there. So now I will have my chat open all the time. Except this background is not very good. It sort of stucks. So let's try an opacity. Let's just take that opacity off. I haven't found how to make that look nice yet. So we'll just go background opacity equals 0. Let's go 0.8 maybe. Yeah, that's nicer. So it doesn't have the same treatment as the other windows, but this will do for now. I'm trying to resize the window. There we go. Check that out. That's my Twitch chat. And now I can just leave that running. But this is actually will demonstrate the problem. So why am I doing SQLite? Let's get back to business, shall we? Let's get back to the actual point of this thing, learning SQLite. So here is the code that's running this particular application. At the beginning of the file, I'm just defining some Ruby structures that I use. I have a server structure to represent if the IRC server is sending a message, a user structure to represent a user sending a message, and this is the message structure itself. I've got some awful parsing of the IRC messages, just pure, complete garbage code that I don't want to show you. I'm actually quite embarrassed, if I'm honest, about this code. I'm embarrassed by it, but one day I'll fix it using something else. So a bunch of like string manipulation to parse the messages. Here are some just messages that I was just testing with originally. These are the messages I have to support in the parser. Long story short, when you pass in the string, it sort of gives you a message structure out of it. Display name rendering. So this particular, it needs to be purple. And, a message can either be from a user or the server. And if it's from a user, I show their nickname instead of their actual like username. The badge rendering was a whole like situation that I struggled with, but I got it eventually working. This is using the Kitty graphics protocol, and it's rendering images inside terminal, which I'm quite proud of. I'm gonna get emojis working at some point, but maybe today, who knows? We'll see how far we get. So I got badge rendering handling, quite proud of that. And this is the code that takes in a message object and renders it to the screen. So if there's a private message, which is how the messages are sort of sent in Twitch IRC, render the badges, that one, render the color of the display name. And then this is whenever you type in the chat, this line here is basically this piece of code here. And then I've got some fun code where if you put a banana, if there's anyone in the chat right now, if you put a banana in the chat, it'll play a sound on my computer and it will change my cursor to be a banana. True, that actually happens. And it will go, nice banana. So this is my nice banana code handling. And I got some bullshit. See, it did it. It works. But it's not very loud. I gotta adjust the levels. There you go. First banana. No, nice banana. I was quite proud of that. But now it's made my cursor really big. My cursor's now huge. I haven't figured out how to like make it small again. If you want to know how that works, is I'm using hypercontrol, that stuff that I was using before in Hyperland. I was setting the cursor to 48. So if the banana emoji is sent, I basically I play this MP3 that I found on the internet, and then I set the cursor to be 48, banana cursor to be 48. and then I set it back after 5 seconds. And I do some messing around with threads to make sure that, for as long as it won't, like, if you put like 10 bananas in the chat, then it won't like do it like 10 times in a row. And this is just me doing so this cache handling here is the code that I'm going to replace with SQLite. And this is the connecting to the TCP socket on Twitch, and then sending the connection thing. So when you connect to a Twitch IRC channel, the first thing you sort of want to do is send a capabilities request. And this particular command that you're sending to IRC is like, hey, Twitch, can you, just letting you know, these are the things that I want you to do for me. I want you to give me the membership information, people's tags, and open up supporter for these commands inside Twitch. And then IRC chat, and it goes, yep, cool. And then this is the magic to let you authenticate to a Twitch IRC channel anonymously, read-only. So this client, I'm using there's no authentication here, except you just say, if you say you're a Justin fan with any number of numbers, then you can connect to a Twitch IRC channel anonymously. I join my own channel, and then I print out the title. So the title of the console changes, but you can't really see it here. And then I'm just sort of waiting for blah. This particular last line just lets you, I'm just doing it so if you type foo, it just sends like that foo command to the IRC channel. So here's all the code that sort of runs this thing in the top right-hand corner. But the problem I have is when I'm playing with it, if I run another copy of the channel of the script, and I type something here like hello. So I got hello on the right, I got hello up here and hello over here. So 2 instances of the client are running, and they both said the word hello. Great, that's what you'd expect. But in my log infrastructure that I've got, so I've got a cache folder. Inside the cache folder is what's today's date. It's the 16th. Here is the log. I'm storing basically the IRC log here. And because they both are writing to it, both clients open up this file for writing, and they both are saying, they both received the IRC, both connected to IRC, and they both received hello, and then they both wrote to this one and this one. They both wrote to the log, which means that if I run the client again, I get 2 hellos because they both wrote to it. What I want to do is a few things. First thing is I want to store it in SQLite, and I want to figure out a way so only one particular process is writing to the SQLite database at a time. I don't know if SQLite will just figure that out for me, if I can only have one writer at a time and I just sort of handle it in Ruby, or whether I have to do some shenanigans around sort of getting a lock on the SQLite database and then have each client own a lock and then do some lock management stuff. But I'll figure that out when I get to it. But first things first, let's learn SQLite together. I've not played with SQLite before. I know, I've certainly used SQLite in stuff, but I did it, just with Rails, built-in Rails stuff. So it was sort of transparent to me how I worked with SQLite database. But I've never sort of never done it from scratch before. So that's what I'm looking for. Just a basic example of something working. Let's go through this together. So including SQLite 3, that's great. Creating an instance of the SQLite database. So this is the file in the file system. Creating a table, create table numbers, blah, blah, blah. That seems like some standard SQL. Inserting some data. Cool. It's got parameter handling. So, there's no SQL injection. So 1 will go there and 2 will go there. Great. Name and value. 1. Yep. And find a few rows. Cool. Create another table with multiple columns. Sure. Some students, blah, 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 blah. Thread safety. While SQLite.threadsafe returns true, then SQLite has been compiled to support running a multi-threaded environment. However, this does not mean that all classes in SQLite can be considered thread safe. When SQLite thread safe returns true, it is safe to share any of the SQLite data among threads, providing your own locking mechanism. Right, okay, so SQLite isn't guaranteed to be thread safe unless you make it thread safe. Then SQLite 3 has been compiled to support running in a multi-thread environment. However, this doesn't mean that SQLite 3 gem cannot be considered thread safe. Hey, you're trying to hack the chat. I saw you. It doesn't work. I made it work. I made it correct. Maybe don't try to hack me too much. Probably will hack me. But yeah, I was actually kind of worried about that particular case that you just tested, that it would send through ASCII or ANSI stuff and do things, but it seems to be fine. So yeah, I suspected the same, that Twitch can't send escape characters, but still I was still low-key worried about it. So the only thing that so here is the threat modeling that I went through in my mind out of that particular thing we just tried. Let's say you could send an ANSI character down. Now, the ANSI character means you could do things to the terminal that I'm running in. You could probably send through, you can, depending on the terminal emulator, you can render image, for example. Maybe you can send through a bunch of base64 content and have it render an image. But that image could be corrupted or something, and then you could, bust out of the terminal somehow. I don't think there are any ANSI commands that let you run a command on the machine, so you couldn't sort of take control. I'm sort of relying on Ghosty being a good sort of terminal emulator, and there's no bugs in the ANSI handling that lets you bust out of it. That's sort of the presumption I'm making, is that Ghosty will do the right thing. But of course, Twitch not be able to send escape characters. So yeah, that was a particular consideration that I made. I'm just sort of hoping that those things are all true. And I tested it with a bunch of stuff and it seemed fine. All right, so SQLite. So how does this database, that seems fine. When SQLite thread safe returns true, it is safe to share only a SQLite database. Among threads without providing your own lock. For example, the following code is fine because only the database instance is shared among threads. The database instance. Okay, that's fine. Other instances can be shared among threads, but they require you to provide your own locking threads. So for example, SQLite statement objects, prepared statements are mutable. I'm not going to be touching that stuff. I'm not going to be touching prepared statements. Fork safety. Yeah, SQLite's not fork safe. Great. Blah, blah, blah. If you're installing it, blah, 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 blah. All right, great. Let's have a play. So I assume the first thing I need to do is run, probably have to, is SQLite 3, I guess. Actually, what I'll do is I'll just test it in a another place for SQLite test. Here is something that I'm doing in this file. It's an inline bundler. So you can do inline bundler if you can't be bothering having like a gem file set up. You can have one of these things. So you just require bundler inline, and you can define your gem file in the same process, with the same script. And when the script runs, it'll just sort of interpret that and do the things it needs to do. So SQLite 3, I think it was. SQLite 3, right. But what's the gem called? What's the gem? Is it just SQLite gem? Or SQLite 3? Oh, SQLite 3, got it. And let's get that example back, please. Copy. Give me the trash, please. Kill. There's my SQLite business. Should I run it? Let's run it. See what happens. Do. Hey, look at that. It did something. But what did it do? What did it do? Is there a testdb file? Hey, there's a testdb file. What even is this file? Is it some binary file? Ah, SQLite format 3. There you go. It is a binary file. It is a SQLite database. How can I inspect this database locally in the client? Is there some sort of like, is there a SQL client for the command line? Is there a SQLite command line tool? Universal SQLite command line tool. Use SQL. Brew. Yeah, I don't want to use EA. What else is there? Read and go. Oh, wait. SQLite file.db. What does that do? Is that like a binary? SQLite 3 will open a CLI, but I don't... Really? SQLite... What? I didn't know that it said there's something. What is this command that you speak of? Command line interface for SQLite 3. Thank you. I was about to go down a whole rabbit hole to figure out some damn thing. Right, so you're saying SQLite 3 test.db. Hey, look at that. .help. Fancy pants. What do I have here? This is all off. What can I do? What can I do? Select everything from numbers. Hey, look at that. That's cool. What else can I do in here? Timer, timeout, tables. List the tables matching a like pattern. Can I just do .tables without... Oops. Very cool, very cool. Set the minimum column width. Display output of the next command in a web browser. What? .www. Select everything from numbers. What? Cool. Oh, what? Huh? That's a cool feature. Cool, I guess. That's neat. What else can you do? Is it made.mode columns to get better output? .mode. Oh, that's much better. That's much better. Can I get colored output? Does the SQLite gem do any color handling for ANSI colors? Mode. Probably read the manual, I guess. But who wants to do that? DB info, connection, clone, check. Changes, show the number of rows changing. Cool. What about config? Oh, I got a phone call. I'll be back. Hey, I'm back. Hello. Let's make sure everything keeps on working. Test. Great. All right, sorry about that. Phone call from family. You know, there's like, that person never calls me situations. So I had to sort of answer the phone. One thing I was doing was seeing if there was a way to get colored output in the SQLite 3 thing, because colors are nice. What's the help say? Man, SQLite 3. What do we got here? There's a way to enable color in the CLI. How do you do it? Within the CLI itself. I could lolcat. I could. I actually haven't installed lolcat on this machine yet. Help. Whoops. Color. Where's color in here? I see no color. Are you lying? That's what I can do. Let's ask. Let's consult the gods. SQLite 3 CLI Ruby color. Give me the color. Colorize? No. Nope. I don't know. I'm gonna get distracted by this. I can't do that right now. I will get distracted from the core thing, which is fixing this chat. All right, great. So one thing I want to do test now is what happens if I have multiple things writing to that client, that database at once. So, well, if I run the one thing I don't know is how does SQLite handle, like, if this table already exists in an existing database, do I have to like write a bunch of logic to test the database setup? Yeah, I thought so. Table numbers already exists. I wonder what the best practice is to handle migrations like this. Do I have to write code that checks for the numbers table each time? Or is there a way to like create table if not exists in SQL? I wonder what the best practice and what if the gem has anything to say about that? SQLite 3 Ruby create table if not exists. Create table if not exists. Yeah. Create table if not exists. Like this. Students. Oh yeah. There we go. Great. It's just doing the same thing now. If not, it exists. I wonder if what if lolcat is an arch? Sudo pacman-s lolcat. Lolcat does exist. Warning: Ruby dependency cycle. Ruby gems will be installed before it hits Ruby. Gem install lolcat. That's right. Yes. SQLite 3 testdb lolcat. Yes. Oh, it's so pretty. So pretty. Yes. Cool. I don't know why I find that so amusing. Except like, it's slightly buggy with Control-C, but we'll come back to that. All right, okay, cool. So now I've got this SQLite database open here. Now, I want to see if was it compiled with thread safety? There was that thread safety check. Actually, you know what? I got this thing running yesterday. Let's see if it works for me. So there's a built-in Ruby documentation browser called RI that you can use. And now traditionally, I've had this like thing in my gemRC file for ages. It was like just like no RDoc and no RI. I think that's what I used to have all the time. But I recently stopped doing that because I want to see if I can have the documentation sort of all locally. And RI is sort of how you do that. So you can just load in the RI REPL and you can type in string and it will give you all of the string documentation. Now I do have RI set up to render the documentation in Markdown format. And then I've got this CLI tool that will then render Markdown sort of nicely for me. It's doing an okay job, not great, but you can, I can then just use like special bindings to see upcase and stuff. One thing I haven't figured out how to do yet is get links working inside of RI, because if you look at this thing here, you can create a string. Oops. So line 21, I kind of want to have RI be able to, I'd like to be able to just jump to that link, but I haven't quite figured out how to do that yet. But that's a thing for another day. What if I can do this SQLite 3? Ready? What's the actual SQLite 3? Nothing know about SQLite 3. Oh, really? It knows nothing? No, Rita doesn't know anything about it. Fine. Be that way, RI. Be that way. All right, thread safety. When SQLite returns true, let's see if it's running in thread safe technology. Oops. True. Okay, so it is thread safe. Great. Hokidoki. Oh, you know what else I learned about the other day when I was browsing the intertubes? This thing called Ruby DRB. That's kind of this cool thing. It's just like it's something that's built into. I don't know if it's built into the standard library anymore. A thing called DRB, distributed Ruby, and it lets you basically set up a Ruby process can create a server which you can connect to from a client and send stuff to it. So in this example here, there's a class of time server and it's got a method of get current time and returns the time, and basically starts a server and exposes this time server to DRB, and then it says, all right, everyone can join. And in the client code, you can connect to that DRB server and just basically it lets you expose Ruby classes over a network socket. I wonder if I could expose the database through SQLite. That's the thing. All right, I'll come back to that later. All right, what I want to do is see what happens if I have multiple writers connected. So if I run this test multiple times, it's going to keep adding stuff. Great. Now, what I want to do here is just go gets, and that'll sort of hold the Ruby process until I sort of do something. There you go. Control C. So that's just waiting for user input, and I just use Control C to cancel out of the Ruby script. Now, what happens if I have multiple things running at once? There's one. Is it just going to keep adding them? I guess. It seems to work. Let's make Jane. Jane, let's put something in here like time.now.2i. Yeah, okay. So multiple writes work. I was not expecting that for some reason. I thought I was expecting like the SQL client to sort of freak out if multiple things were trying to write to the same file. I guess that's sort of expected though, right? Because how can you have any sort of like web process? You would expect, like, if it was running a production environment, if only one process could write to the SQLite database at once, then that would not be good, because how would you scale anything in that world? Are there any like SQLite docs? I wonder what happens if there's quirks and gotchas. It's always good to know. Whenever comparing flexible typing, cool. No separate Boolean data type. Really? So we're going to have a separate Boolean data type. Instead, true and false are normally represented as integers. Well, that's fine. No separate datetime data type. SQLite has no datetime. Instead, dates and times can be stored in a way of arrays of text. Oh, okay, that's fine. The data type is optional? What? Because SQLite is flexible and forgiving with regard to data types, table columns can be created that have no specified data type. The table T1 has 4 columns and D. Oh, wow. Cool, I guess. Like, you don't have to have data types. Foreign key enforcement is off by default. Primary keys can sometimes contain nulls. Aggregate, blah, 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 blah. SQLite does not do full Unicode. Okay. Double quoted string literals are accepted. Cool. Keywords identifiers. Great. Dubious SQL is allowed without error warning. Okay. Auto increment does not work. Great. The auto increment feature of SQLite, so the SQL. Okay, great. Auto increment, that's fine. Gets the precedence of comma joins wrong. This is like a warning, a set of warnings. What I want to know is like multiple. What happens with multiple writers? Is SQLite thread safe? So this is. Threads are evil. Well, who says? Who says threads are evil? Threads are fun. So we make this assertion since many users choose to ignore the advice given in the previous paragraph. But in order to be thread safe, SQLite must be compiled with. Okay, great. That's exactly what it's telling me before. Are there any? How do I add? I deleted all the data in the database. There we go, that's what I want. That's the question. Can multiple applications or multiple instances of the same application access a single database file at the same time? Not that I can solve this myself. I'm just curious to know what the SQLite documentation says. Multiple processes can have the same database open at the same time. Okay, multiple processes can be doing a select at the same time, but only one process can be making changes to the database at any moment in time, however. SQLite supports reader-writer locks to control access to the database under Windows 95, blah, 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 blah. But use caution. This locking mechanism might not work correctly if the database file is kept on a network file system. This is because blah, blah, blah file locking is broken on many NFS implementations. You should avoid putting SQLite databases on a network file system. People who have a lot of experience with Windows tell me that file locking of network files is very buggy, and it is not people. A lot of people with experience. If what they say is true, sharing an SQLite database between 2 Windows machines might cause blah, blah, blah. We are aware of no other embedded SQLite database engine that supports as much concurrency as SQLite. SQLite allows multiple processes to have the database file open at once, and for multiple processes to read the database at once. When any process wants to write, it must lock the entire database file for the duration of the update. But that normally only takes a few milliseconds. Other processes just wait on the writer to finish and then continue about their business. Other embedded SQL database engines typically only allow a single process to connect to the database at once. However, client-server databases usually support a high level of concurrency on one process, blah, blah, blah. If your application has a need, when SQLite tries to accept a file that is locked by another process, the default behavior is to return SQLite busy. All right, so how does, why would that happen? How can we somehow hold a lock, a write lock, just to see what happens in Ruby? I guess we could try a transaction, like a writing transaction, I guess, or some sort of like slow write. Read write. Lock. Locked. Here we go. Locking mode. It's not very useful. What is this? Ruby SQLite 3 lock. Oh, what's this? SQLite on Rails. Blah, 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 blah. What I'm looking for is just some information about how locking. Well, okay, this is not really useful. Back to what I need to be doing. All right, so I've got this SQLite thing now I can play with. I can test it. But the problem that I have right now is that if I'm running multiple versions of my IRC client, they're both going to be writing to the database. I'm going to have the exact same problem as I did before. How am I going to solve this? So I think what I need to do is my own lock file, I guess. So if when the client starts up, or basically whenever the client, my IC client wants to write to the database, it needs to say, hey, is anyone else in charge of writing right now? Because if anyone else is in charge, I won't do it. Now, I wonder if there is any Ruby standard lib of file locking in the standard library. Ooh, flock. Flock. Ooh, I wonder if this is interesting. Locks or unlocks a file according to the locking constants, logical or values, returns false. Update a counter using a write lock. Read the counter using a read lock. Wait, so I can like do, maybe this is what that SQLite documentation was about here, this flock business. This is because it's broken on many of it. Maybe this fcntel file locking thing is what this thing is, which is why SQLite doesn't support it. All right, let's have a play with what this does. Let's see what flock is all about. All right, let's do our IRB here. All right, IRB. Let's go flock.irb. File.open. What test lock? Now what is this? File read write. File create. I just don't care use Prisma. What's Prisma? What's Prisma? Is it a thing? Is it a Ruby thing? Prisma. It's an ORM. Yes, I know. I could use like a Ruby. In Ruby? Prisma. Oh, oops. I haven't learned SQL. Oh, well, right. Yeah. Like I will tell you this: if like learning SQL is by all means, it'll always serve you well to learn SQL. I feel like I've been writing SQL queries for almost 20 years, and I still don't really quite get it. I just sort of fumble my way through it, and then I use an ORM, and it all sort of went away. But sometimes ORMs get it wrong, and when I could write SQL queries myself, I felt way more powerful. Now, in the world of AI, I don't know how much you can just like natural language, maybe SQL is going to be a thing in the future, but learning SQL, I feel like, has been a useful skill in my professional career. And you know, I was against RMs for a long time. When I was early on, I used to, I started off my career writing SQL queries directly to MS SQL databases. And then I learned Postgres and doing Postgres queries manually. And then these RM things came along, and I was like, I don't want to use an RM. I don't get it. I hate it. And I was anti-RMs for a long time. And then I picked up, I was like, you know what, maybe they're okay. So I wrote my own RM, and that was fun. Yeah, look, I mean, it's always on the to-do list for things to learn. I made my own RM, and then that was fun. I wrote it in PHP, and then I switched to Rails, and Active Record is actually kind of good. It sort of works really, really well. But for the sake of this particular exercise, I'm just trying to write as much raw as possible, not just for the sake of doing it, really. If this was a real production application, I wouldn't do any of these things. I would just use Rails and write it in like 6 lines and be done. But just for the sake of learning, I'm sort of doing it manually. What is this program for? This program is this, the thing above me, it's this. So this is a Twitch chat here. This is written in Ruby. And I'm saving each chat to a file system currently. I've got a log on the, I've got a log here. So currently each message is being written to a file on the file system. But I want to switch to using a SQLite database so I can do some querying of the chat. And because currently it's just it's a raw file. Yeah, so if like this is the raw IRC commands that I'm saving. But I want to save them to a SQLite database just to learn SQLite, and then I want to figure out this locking situation because I can have 2 writers writing. If I have 2 versions of the client running, of my 2 versions of my IC client here, then they're both going to be writing to the log, and it means I double up on all messages. So what I need to do is once I've got my SQLite gear running, then I'll be writing to the database, but I want to figure out a way for only one IRC client to be like the master client, that only one can write at a time. And I'm going to do that with a file lock. And I just looked up if there was any standard library things for me to write logs in Ruby. So I'm just testing this now. File, was it read write? File create. Oops. 06, let's just, you know what? Let's just copy paste. Counter. Let's see what this does actually. So let's go get. And gets again will in Ruby just sort of hold the process, waiting for user input. Ruby flock. Now what did this do? Oops. That's what we've got here. So there's a counter file that it's created. And what's in this counter? 1. Great. Now if I run a second instance of the flock, what happens? I guess what will happen. Oh, it's already written it. Whoops, I wanted to write it. Whoops, I want to put the gets inside the lock. So I guess what's happened now is if yeah, it's 2 because 2's been written. What I want to do is actually put this in here within the lock itself. All right, let's try cancel these 2 things. Clear, flock. All right, so the counter should now be 3. Yep. Now cat counter 3. Yep. So that's good. So now this is sort of, this process here is waiting for this first program to finish. If I cancel this will then write it out. Oops. 4. Damn it. My whole test failed. All right, let's put some debugging here. Opening lock. Is it writing in real time? I mean, it's waiting for a lock at the moment, so it would do nothing. What I want to do is waiting for user input. Input. Rewind. Great. So let's try this again now. Ruby flock. So the counter here is 4 still. Oops. Yeah. So this IRC channel here, this client. Oh, right. Okay. Yeah. So you know what? I'll show you. I'll show you how IRC works. So IRC. So there is WebSockets. You can use WebSockets, or you can use IRC. So let's see if I can remember all the commands. So there's like tell net. What was the where? So cat. IRC Twitch. Okay, cool. Netcat. All right. So this is basically how IRC works. The Twitch API. It's okay. I mean, you don't really know much about. You don't need to know much about the Twitch IRC Twitch API to be able to just use IRC. Internet Relay Chat, a very, very old protocol that's still sort of live today. Netcat is just a way for you to connect to a TCP socket in the client, in your terminal. It's a bit nicer. IRC, IRC Twitch.tv. No, I want the older one. There you go. Great. Cool. So running this command here and passing in the IRC chat channel and some port, I have connected to the Twitch IRC server. Nothing really happens. But if I have to, basically it's waiting for me to authenticate. No, you don't need to reverse engineer it. All the API is public. So if I go Nick, which is my nickname, like it's the, hey, who am I in IRC? Justin Fan 24. Oops. So I'm just told the IRC channel who I am, Nick, Justin Fan 1234. And it's the IRC channel has given me some responses like, hello, welcome, blah, blah, blah. At which point I can go join Magic Keith. And this is my IRC channel. And now I've connected to an IRC channel. And if I type something in the chat over here on my other computer, there you go. Done. And that is me. I wrote a message. And so this is sort of the primitive IRC setup. And what my client does is just connect to this server with this port, and it's continuously reading from this network stream and passing the messages and then rendering them over here. And then you can do other things like, because this is a read-only version of the chat, using this magical nickname of Justin Fan 1234 means I can connect anonymously to IRC channels. That's sort of what you need to know. You can do WebSockets. WebSockets, there is a WebSocket version of the Twitch chat API, but I'm using the regular one. So I don't want to close that. So that's IRC. That's all you need to know. What am I doing here? I'm seeing, okay, cool. So Ruby flock 5. All right, so the counter here is 5, waiting for user input. Now, if I run the flock program again, opening lock. Okay, so it hasn't even gotten into the lock yet. All right, let's just get a bit more of some debugging here. Puts getting a lock. Got the lock. Let's figure out where in the process it stalls. Opening lock, getting lock, got the lock. Waiting for user input. All right, so that's where it's gotten to here. All right, so this next program is able to, the file.open succeeds getting lock. This is where the system is hanging now because, but if I cancel this process here, there you go. Now I've got the lock, waiting for user input. Fantastic. This is what I wanted. This is what I wanted. Now, the next thing I want to know is the timeout of this thing. Is there a way to set a timeout so it only waits for like 5 seconds and then blows up or something? Is there a flock? Is timeouts handling? Is timeout? Do you have to build your own timeout gear? You can make the lock fail instead of blocking with a lock NB. Oh, really? Where? I should have read the docs. Don't block when locking. May be combined with other lock options with using logical or. Oh, lock NB. Sick. All right. Let's try that. Block NB. Maybe need invalid argument. Maybe I had to do file these. Sick. All right, so now waiting for user input. Don't block when locking. Didn't work. Don't block when locking. Oops. It says invalid argument. Why is it not working? Locks alongside file according to locking console logical or the values in the table below. Yeah, I could do that. Yeah, I could. I'm just, I don't know why I'm making this so complicated for myself. That's sort of the thing. Like, I know there are plenty of gems I could just use to make all this stuff go away. Signals to create. Is there a way to test if the file is locked? Ruby test file is locked. Right. It doesn't want to blow up. I did have it right. I did have the code right. I've lost it though. Where did I put that code? There we go. I did have this code right. Hello person. All right, so let's try this code now. So Ruby flock, no lock. That's right, because the lock is already here. Great. So that's how it works now. All right, that's how it works. So this process has got the lock. This has got no lock. Great. That'll do. That's fine. Because then what I could do is basically this is the El Crapo. Until I get the lock. This is pretty bad. Until I get the lock. Just keep on rolling, baby. This is gross. Got the luck. No luck. No luck. No luck. No luck. Hey, I got the luck. There you go. Great. There you go. That's file locking. How's that? I wrote something that was good. It's completely useless. But what I've learned is how to lock a file in Ruby. So I'm opening this counter file for reading and creating, and then I'm attempting to get the lock. File lock, passing an exclusive lock, and then what is it? Don't block. Yeah, non-blocking. Because I'm doing my own blocking technology, and then I'm just writing the file. So I can use this same approach to make sure that only one of my IRC clients is writing to the SQLite database at once. So what have I got? I've got my file locking gear. I've got a set of my SQLite. Oops, where am I? Got my SQLite test here where I was playing with SQLite, creating databases, creating tables, inserting some data. So now I've got all the things that I need to then add SQLite support to my Twitch client. And with that, let's get it started. All right, I'll close this out. Close this out. All right, this is my current SQLite client. Let's add SQLite 3 in here. It's very messy code, but I don't care. SQLite test. All right, let's get some copying shenanigans. Pow. Twitch.database. Yeah. Now, the question is, do I want maybe one database per... what does a Twitch client need a database for? Like, don't ask these questions. Like, why? Because I'll share why. There's like the silly reason and the real reason, right? It's for persistence. So what I wanted it, so because the client is real time, I'm just connecting to IRC, I'm taking the messages and I'm pushing them out to the terminal. Now, if I was to render it, Ruby client, if I run it again, see what it does? It shows like all the messages over here. So it catches up messages here, messages here. That's handled by, I have to persist the messages somewhere for a cache. I'm just using a file system cache right now. Basically, I'm just writing all the raw IRC logs to a file, but I want to overcomplicate it by making it a SQLite database. Then I can do cool things like give me all the messages from race peace day over the last 3 days or something. It means I can do slightly more structured queries for the chat. Now, why would I want to do this? I don't know why. But I want to learn SQLite 3. In my next project, I want to use SQLite 3, and this seems like a good sort of learn for it. But the problem I have now is what I'm trying to solve is if anyone writes a message, this is going to write to the local file system, this version of the client, and so is this version of the client, this side. So I got to try and fix that. That's why. Because I can. So database. Now I don't want a database for different channels. Nah, we'll just do this. All right, so create the table if not exists. Let's go. Now, the first question I have to ask myself is, what do I want to store in the database? Do I want to store structured messages, or do I want to store the raw IRC bizzo? That's the question. If I store the raw IRC bizzo, then it's a bit easier because then I don't have to write code that reads from a structured format and creates messages or IRC messages. And what's this? If you want to query it by user, you should probably use structure messages. Yeah, I know. I think that's what I need to do. All right, let's do that. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah. Now the question is, like, if in SQLite, I think I read in the documentation that there's no data type. Like the data types are pretty loosey-goosey in SQLite. And if you don't specify a data type, I wonder what does this come back as, like a string? Attach types, create table. Whoa, there's a lot of stuff. The name, schema, let's create table, text, column definitions. Unless it is created, blah, 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 blah. Column data types, here we go. Most SQLite does not restrict the data type inserted in the column. Now, that's kind of cool, but I assume that the SQLite database would just handle so I can just do this? Like, does it really can I just be loosey-goosey and be like channel nickname message? I want an auto. I want an ID. Kind of not have an ID. That would be bad. Auto increment. Give me auto increment. Auto increment. Where would it be in the documentation? Search. Okay. Auto increment. Cool. Yes, I know AutoMaker does not work. That's fine for my purposes. The argument keyword imposes extra CPU. In SQLite, a column with integer primary key is an alias for rowid. Integer primary key. On an insert, if the row ID or integer primary key is not explicitly given a value, then it will be filled automatically with an unused integer, usually one or more than the largest row it did currently use. Integer primary key. That's what I want. All rows with SQL have a 64-bit. Blah, blah, blah. Integer primary key. Ascending. Cool. Integer primary key ascending. ID. Integer primary key ascending. There we go. Let's do created at as well. Created at, I mean, technically it's not created at, but that's fine. I'll just look at that. So the channel, the nickname, the message, and the created at. Now the other thing I want is the badges at some point. Store the badges that are currently in play. So like the broadcaster icon and whatever that icon there is. The username's the color of the person. And the nickname is two parts. So there's like the user. There are a couple of things here. So the user has their nickname and their display name. So I'll store them separately. Nickname, display name. And their color is the color of the user. The channel, the badges. Now I probably could have a users table, but this is fine for my purposes. And I think that's all I need for the rendering, because I've got their display name and then their actual name is underneath. The message itself, the time it's created, so I can do ordering, and a primary key. Badges. Now badges is currently It's a comma separated string in IRC. I wonder what the structured. I wonder if does SQL have an array type? Array? Does it have an array? Single JSON array and object aggregate functions. Ooh. The JSON group array function is an aggregate SQL function that returns a JSON array comprised of all X values in the aggregation. Similarly, the JSON group object blah. Whoa. Wait, there's a JSON data type? The raw JSON. Oh. SQLite supports 30 functions and 2 operators for dealing with JSON values. JSON arguments, JSON-B. I know JSON-B is better. JSON-B is a binary representation of a used handling of malformed JSON-B path value. What I want to know is how does the Ruby SQLite 3 gem handle JSON? Ruby SQLite 3 JSON. Here's what I'm doing. It seems to be working okay. Great. So SQLite, create table. There's the order integer primary key order increment. Settings JSON B in capitals. Great. Now I have to write my own JSON parser. Oh, is this just like the proper JSON B? You know, too complicated. I'm just going to do a string. Badges is fine. And a string is fine. That's fine. I can change it later. All right. So now I can do dot 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 dot. New messages. Create table if not exists. Whoops. Lovely. All right, so that's connecting. Now let's open up my other SQLite and grab some gear that does insertions. Oh, yes. Lovely. So it's a hash. Oh, it's an array. Okay, got it. So. All right, let's go to the bit where I render the message. So this is the actual code that sort of is passing the IRC lines as they come in. This cache.puts line is where I save it to my existing cache. For now, I'm just going to put this silliness in here, even though I shouldn't do it. I'm doing it anyway. I'll fix it up later. And I'm not going to insert the primary key. I'm just going to grab the order of these things here for reference. Lovely. All right, so insert into numbers values. Actually, I'm a bit worried of the order of these things. So let's do it manually. Channel, badges, color, nickname, display name, message, created at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is very old code. This is not a good way of doing any of this, but I'm learning. That's not the point. Now, this should insert just stuff into the database. Whoa. No such table numbers. Whoops. I should have remembered. Cool. So if I do a test here now. East. I wonder if this installed it into the... Get some lolcat. Yes, lolcat. Yes. Everything from messages. Huh? Oh, right. This is just inserting all the things, not just a private message. But it's inserting stuff, and it's putting numbers in there, which is cool. 1, 2, 3. This must be the ID. If we do another test. And run this again. 13. Oh, yeah, because it's inserting a bunch of bullshit that I don't need. Fantastic. Well, let's do render message in here now. So if private message, I think it's the only thing that's supported in here. Join. All right. So this is I'm handling the ping from the RC channel when proof message. I want to do the same thing here. Pass it through to that. So I'm going to pull my execute down to here. Pow. This code is so gross. Anyone watching this, you're going to be like, Keith, you're a shit programmer. He writes the worst code. I just want you to know, I should need like a disclaimer that I'm not proud of myself. That's what I need. A disclaimer. Yeah, 21, 22. Great. So I think that's saving stuff now. Fantastic. All right, let's build up this array of things that I need to care about. Cheap viewers on stream. Oh, you're back. The cheap viewers on stream person, you're back. Welcome. All right, let's get some data in here. So what channel am I currently connected to? Let's put this into a global. Whoops. Channel. Oops. Channel. Fantastic. All right, let's put the channel into the database. Channel. Or badges we'll skip for now. Color we'll skip for now. Actually, I've got the message object. Structure message. What was my message structure before? Command params tags. Yes, this is all the message handling, passing a message. My rendering of the display name. Message.params.last. All right, this is the one for the message itself. Message.params.last. So the channel is in there, badges, the color, the nickname, display name, and then message.params.last, and then time. I need a timestamp. I need a timestamp gear. What if this works in just straight Ruby? Wrong number of arguments. Maybe that's a Rails thing. All right, let's do this. Time.now.utc.2s. Save to the database. And the default format is fine. Fantastic. Moment of truth. Database is locked. Huh. What? Oh, hello. What is raiding? What's a raid? Is that bad? Hello. I don't know what I've done. I've not been rated. It's like in Rust. You can steal all my shit. Don't steal my things. Hello. I don't know what to do right now. What's happening? I've not been rated before. Oh, it's when like a stream ends. I think this is when a stream ends and everyone just jumps from one stream to another. Is that what this is? Don't rob me. No, there's no robbing, please. This is a rob-free zone. This is nice. This is not, we're just doing some nice Ruby things. Can't you use the SQL to have a column automatically via timestamp? Can you? Nick, I don't know what's happening. Nick, right. Well, thank you. I don't know what the Twitch protocol is when you get rated. Thank you. Hello. Welcome watching me write some shitty Ruby and not in the fuck that I'm doing. By the way, I was a professional developer for like 20 years. I've done many, many things. I've written many big applications. And I used to be a CEO of a big tech company, but I'm not there anymore. And now I'm doing Twitch streaming. So that's who I am. Now I'm writing Ruby. I know Ruby, but I'm just trying to like not use gems. I'm trying to like use Ruby standard library as much as I can to do everything. And it's way harder, way harder. I don't know if you've ever written Ruby before or Rails, but the active support gem, which ships with Rails, basically gives you like a nice, adds like syntactical sugar to all of Ruby. And you don't realize what you're using in active support, and you don't until you don't have active support. And so I'm trying not to use active support. I probably will just cave at some point. And our database is locked. Why did I get this wrong? But yeah, I could use the Ruby SQL timestamp thing. SQLite, where are you, SQLite? SQLite. The time. Date and time functions, very nice. Oh, great. There is functions I should have used. But what is, are they in UTC time, or are they like in the local now? Are they in local? Let's give it a test. Now. Oh, whoops, select now. Select now, maybe. Whoops, select now. How do I forgot how to do this. I forgot how to. Why am I failing so hard? Huh? Pass error. You can do this, right? Am I high? You can just do this. Select date. Oh, what? Is now not a thing? Compute the current date. Select. Oh. Great, there we go. But what format is... date now, okay. How do I get UTC? I don't want time. I want the time as well. It's like date time. How do I get it in UTC form? What is this? Sub-second modifiers. Universal time, UTC. You know what? This is fine. What I got is fine. I'm not gonna. Greetings. Hello. Welcome. Welcome. Watch me failing pretty hard at trying to write Ruby and SQLite from scratch. Yeah, look, yeah. I'm celluloid IO. Oh boy. That's bringing back some memories. I'm just, yeah, I'm back in that world right now. Ruby threads before they had decent threading gear. That was a vibe. But why is this locking business? Why is this not working? Is it because it's in a thread or something? I thought execute just, but I did a test earlier. I did a test earlier where I wrote to the database. Is it because I'm in a thread? Does being in a thread somehow like lock it somehow? But I did a test where I wrote to the database in 2 different processes and it still worked. Do I have to like do I have to somehow like flush my changes to the database or something? Is that what I need to do? But I tested, this is a test. Execute. Ruby SQLite database is locked. Yes. Mismanagement of the database connections. I'll give you mismanagement. This is shitty language. Busy exception is locked issue. Yeah. Give me this. Give me some Stack Overflow. Maybe you need to use SQL transactions, maybe? But I tested this, begin transaction. Well, is it because I just don't understand by writing to the database in this thread, it's now locked the database. Maybe the answer is in the Ruby SQLite 3 documentation. There we go. Yeah, so compiled with thread safe. We tested that already. Writable connection. To help protect users from the gem accident corruption of data due to fork safety, the gem will immediately close any open writable connections. Is because the connection has been like moved to a writable connection? Is that sort of what we're talking about here? Is that what the SQLite gem does? How do you search? Execute the giving. If the thread is now given, the thread is treated as a bind. Note if any values pass or hashes. The key value of each bound. The block is optional. Yeah. So the supported options to the database is read write. Default transaction mode of deferred, which is default immediate or exclusive. If a mode is not specified, I call transaction the transaction mode. Okay. All right, let's go look. Authorizer, public instance. create aggregate, create function, blah, blah, blah. Read only. Maybe the database is becoming read-only mode. Yeah, begin to note that so attempting the pro parameter defer if nil is specified, the default transaction mode which was passed is to initialize. Which was passed is used. The block, maybe it's because there's no transaction. Like, how is transactions handled? Is there an open transaction maybe? Extensions. Default immediate or exclusive. Maybe either deferred. If nil is specified, the default transaction mode. If the block is given, the database instance yields the transaction is committed when the block if a block is given, if the block raises an exception, a rollback will be performed. Note that if the block is given a commit and rollback, if there's no blah, 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 transaction active. Maybe there is a transaction. Rollback. Maybe this is why. Maybe there's like an open transaction. In the SQLite database, transaction. All right, is SQLite transactions within Ruby? Great. Tell me a transaction is atomic, blah, blah, blah. In SQLite, any command other than a select will start an implicit transaction. Also within a transaction, a command like create table, blah, 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 blah. Three non-standard transaction levels. Deferred immediate examples. Now we have some scripts that work a transaction in the auto commit mode. Auto commit. Maybe I'm missing a thing in SQLite. So drop table, insert into friends. We create the friends table for the data. We do not explicitly start with the transaction, nor do we call commit or rollback methods. Yet the data is written to the data table. This is because the default working mode is auto commit. In this mode, each SQL statement is immediately effective. Great. We drop the friends table for existing, we create blah, blah. That's what I'm doing. We insert the data. We execute the script and check the table with SQLite 3 command tool. The friends table is successfully created. That's what I'm doing. In the second example, we will start a transaction with the transaction method. Start a transaction and commit some stuff. We create the friends table after the transaction method is called and every statement is within the transaction until the committed method. The transaction method begins a new transaction. This method takes an optional mode, commit, rollback. But auto commit would sound like that's what I want, right? Like it's already in. Let's try a Ruby client here. So that's going to. Yeah, look. It breaks. Database is locked. Terminated with exception. Report on exception is true. Database is locked. Busy exception. Is it because must be still in a transaction? That must be the issue. It says it's other object may require it to provide, but it is thread safe. I checked the thread safety. Yeah, I was going to do file level locking. I was going to do my own. I was looking at file level locking for the SQLite database. So only just to refresh the problem that I'm trying to solve in the most shit way possible. If I'm trying to save all my, so I'm running a Twitch client in Ruby. When I receive a message, I want to save the message to the database. So when I run the client again, I show the last messages. So I need to cache and persist messages. But I'm using like a file-based, just sort of like appending to a file. If I have two clients open, they're both writing to that file, and then it means I get duplicates. So when I rendered, this is the problem at play. So I'm just storing the messages twice to the log. And so I wanted to overcomplicate the whole thing by structuring the, have them structured messages and then storing them in the database, and then sort of SQLite is sort of just a fun thing to try at the same time. I don't need to try it, but I mean, this is kind of what I wanted actually. This is not writing again at this point, but I'm just a little confused as to why the database is locked. Now, let's get some DRB. Let's overcomplicate this again. Yeah, I was looking for a reason to use DRB. Yes. Let's try it. Let's write my own backdoor technology into this Ruby code. DRB, distributed Ruby. Yes. All right. DRB just lets you expose a class over the network, basically, and you can then call methods on it from a client. So let's copy and paste our way to success. Gem DRB. DRB, yes. The most over-engineered technology ever. I want to grab this thing here. This is where it's going to listen. Localhost 8787. Yes. All right, and let's. I'm going to expose maybe. What do I want to expose? Front object. Yes. Wait for the DRS7 thread of exiting. Yes. Yes. It's gonna be lovely. All right, let's go down here. DRV service URI front object. And what do I want to put in the front object? So class front. What do we call it? DRB front object front. XDRB thingy. Yes. Struct equals DRB thingy DB. Whoops, I forgot this entire syntax. DRB thingy struct.new, and then I'll create a DRB equals DRB thingy.new. Pass the DB into that. Yes. So I've created a structure, Ruby structure called DRB thingy. It's got one attribute of DB, and then there's that. I can put maybe IRC in there too. TCP, and then go drb.irc equals s. So I'll store the TCP socket in there. And then in here, I'll go DRB. Yes. Wait for the DRB server thread to finish before exiting. What does this do exactly? Don't know. Let's see what happens. All right, let's close this one up here. Puts listening DRB on URI. Ooh, what is this doing? What did it do? What did it do? All right, let's go back to the docs. Let's get that client. I basically ripped my own REPL, basically. All right, let's try this. Yes. DRB object. New. What does DRB object do? Is it the same thing from the other front object? Oh, DRB object must just be magical class created. Great. New, so it's cool. DRB. P, DRB, DB. Will this work? What will it do? Did something. Select a query. Select everything from messages. Ref. What is this? This work? Get current time. Hello, hit me, Jack. Hello. What are you making? This thing here above me in the chat. This is an IIC client, Twitch IIC client written in Ruby. I'm overcomplicating it by just not using any gems at my disposal. I'm overcomplicating it and raw dogging as much of the code as I can, just to be annoying and very boring. I could have had this written like 2 days ago, and I probably should have just like used off-the-shelf shit to make it work. But I don't know why I'm torturing myself doing it in the most difficult way possible. Right now, I'm trying to add an interactive network-based REPL client to my Twitch IRC server so I can inspect stuff. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. And I wrote this like, I added this DRB server, this like distributed Ruby thing, and I thought that I could then just like interact with it over the network. DRB object.new, and I write this thing, and I thought that was going to do a thing. But maybe the SQLite gem is not operating how I thought it was going to operate with. Execute. Maybe I loop through the rows. Dots. Where's my example? Execute. You just pass it a block for each row. Okay, cool. Do row P row DRB object. Why is this always spitting out the same thing? Bunch of bullshit now. Where's the documentation for DRB? Docs. DRB Ruby bugs. DRB docs. There we go. Blah blah blah. Examples. Source code. Time server. Thread join, great. Blah, 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 client code. You know what? I'm going to back out of this whole thing because I am so not interested in, this is so boring. This is so boring. Just like having just not work and not trying to use gems is probably the most frustrating, sad code that I could possibly write, because I spend more time understanding stuff that someone else has understood more than just building something myself. PDB. So let me just try this one last thing and then I can just move on with my life. And I want to see if it's in a transaction. Transaction active. P transaction active. Now when I write a message, should save. False. Not in a transaction. So it's not in a transaction. SQLite 3 gem multiple write connections. Let's see why this is. Can I read and write? Maybe Ruth is Girling has an example. So what I don't understand is, why is this locked now? Like what? Like, how can it just lock from writing to it? That's what I'm sort of. And I just tested to see if it isn't a transaction, and it says false. So it's not in a transaction. Always close the database connection properly after operations are completed. This prevents the database from being. Configure timeout, avoid long-running transactions, but I'm not in a transaction. Conclusion: is it because like the database connection object has become locked somehow? Is that what? Read only. You can view the locked state of the file with flock. Is like Ruby oh, so you think that the file has become like the SQLite gem has locked the file or something? Flock. True or echo locked. Doesn't look locked to me. What does this flock command do that you speak of? I've never heard of this. Run a command. Manages locks. Run a command with a file lock as soon as the lock is ready. Get a lock, remove a lock, wait for a limited. Exit code. Close it files, run a single, execute a lock. True is a common. Ah. True is a command that always exits with you. I didn't know that actually. Right. Run a single command string through the shell. Non-block will fail. /n. Right. So maybe this is right. That's the right. Echo locked. But it's not locked. Why is this locked? This is like completely like not the thing that I need to know in life. But statement step. So the file's not locked. And thread safe is what is this deferred business about? What is this mode? Maybe either deferred. SQLite 3 Ruby connection lock. SQLite on Rails, lock. Oops, wrong window. In order to show only one write operation, SQLite uses a write lock on the database. Only one connection can hold the write lock at a time. If you have multiple connections open to the database, this is the exception that is thrown when one connection attempts to acquire the write lock, but another connection holds it. Without any configuration, a web app with a connection pool to a SQLite database will have numerous errors. As a Rails application is put under more and more concurrent load, you will see a steady increase of SQLite blah, 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 blah. Enter immediate transactions. Because of the global write lock, SQLite needs a different transaction mode. Right, global write lock. Global, I wonder if there's a way to test global write lock SQLite. SQLite handles concurrent writes. I wonder if it file locking. Ah. To write to a database, a process must first acquire a shared lock. Reserved. Maybe the way that the SQLite 3 gem works is it grabs a lock on the database. SQLite transactions are all run in as of the gem allows you to configure the default transaction mode since Rails passes any top level keys. Is it deferred? By default, SQLite is a deferred transaction. This means SQLite will not acquire the lock until a write operation is made inside the transaction. All right, let's look at the SQLite deferred transaction mode. Deferred. But no reads or writes occur except within a transaction. Any command that exits the database basically will automatically start with a transaction if one is not already in effect. Will automatically start a transaction if not was already in effect. All right, so there's always a transaction at play. Automatically started transactions are committed when the last SQL statement finishes. Blah, blah, blah. Read transactions versus write transactions. Deferred, immediate. Okay, transactions can be deferred, immediate, or exclusive. The default transaction behavior is deferred. Deferred means that the transaction does not actually start until the database is first accessed. Internally, the begin deferred statement would merely set a flag on the database button. This causes the transaction that is automatically started to persist into an explicit commit or rollback, or into a rollback or provoke or an error on conflict. If the first statement blah, blah, blah. Immediate causes any of the database connection to start a new write immediately without waiting for any write statement to begin. Write might fail with blah, blah, blah. Right, an implicit transaction. Right, is it because there's an implicit transaction at play? The SQLite result indicates that the database file could not be written, or in some cases read, because of the concurrent activity by some other database connection, usually a database connection in a separate process, which is about. For example, if process A is in the middle of a large write transaction and at the same time process B attempts to start the writing transaction, blah, 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 blah. An SQLite busy error can occur at any point within a transaction when the transaction is first started during any write or update operations. To avoid encountering SQLite busy errors in the middle of a transaction, the application can use begin immediate. So to begin to start a transaction, the begin immediate command might itself return SQLite busy. All right, so I think we have figured out that there is a, how can you test to see, last one is test for a transaction. Test to see if transaction SQLites. Transaction state. SQLite transaction state. Let's see what this does. SQLite. What was that? It was a SQLite 3 transaction state. Sweet. There's such a function. How do I get? It's a C interface. I don't want the C interface. Maybe there's one for transaction state in here. Oh, there's no transaction state in here. SQLite SQL query for transactions. It's annoying. I just want to see if there is a SQL query to be like. Let's try immediate as the transaction mode. I do this in SQLite 3 Ruby. Database default transaction mode exclusive. Default transaction mode immediate. Okay. I know what the problem is. I figured out the problem. And it's because I'm a dum-dum. You know those times when you're programming and you're looking at something and you just think that, like, why is my life so hard? Like, maybe I should just quit and get an AI to write this for me. The error has been staring me at the face. Hi, dum-dum. I'll give you all the gum. So, okay. I've just spent the last fucking hour reading about why is my database locked when I try to write to it. And everything is saying it's like, hey, the database is going to lock itself when you try to have multiple things write to it at the same time. And I tested this before. I tested 2 different database connections writing to the database, and it worked fine. But I ran those tests at different times. So I ran this test and I ran the other test. So 2 separate processes could write to the same database fine. Because there was like 10 seconds between each particular one. And what the error that I'm seeing is the exact error that's been, I'm running to this database at the same time. That's my problem. Like I have a database connection here and a database connection here, and I've got this database here, right? And if I type something, of course one of them is going to die. And it's exactly what I was hoping was going to happen. The other one died because they were both trying to write to the database at the same time. Oh man, well, I should just use an ORM. I should have just used an ORM. Would have been fine. So here we've learned something. What have we learned? What's the learning out of all this? Is just don't try, I guess. Just don't try to do anything yourself, ever. Because someone has just done what you've done and spent too much time messing with it all. So the thing why doesn't this block until the other write is finished? Because I'm not in a transaction. I'm in an implicit. I think I'm in an implicit transaction. So I'm not a. I think if I was to use a proper transaction, I just don't think SQLite has that sort of locking gear. I don't think locks. Well, I'm not in a transaction. Why do you need 2 clients writing to the same database? I don't. That's actually the thing that I'm trying to solve for, is if I've got 2 of these clients running at the same time, only one is the main writer. And so, I mean, I got to solve that writing problem another way. Like I'm just going to create a file lock. I'll create a file in the file system of who's the writer. And if one client sort of, if I've got 2 clients and one client stops, the other one can start writing, basically, and the other one sort of, only one can be the main writer at a time. And I know reinvent the wheel helps you understand the wheel. Yes, I know, I get it. But I mean, I'm just trying to also create some somewhat entertaining content for the internet. And I think just someone struggle with trying to reinvent a wheel that's already been reinvented can't be overly entertaining. But, you stuck around. 3 years stuck around. So maybe there's something to just like this whole thing. Right, so let's see if I can get it to block. I think it's because there's no implicit transaction, and it's just raw dogging that query to the database. So let's remove that deferred business. And I think if I was to go db.transaction, let's see if that does what I wanted to do. Oh, it's going to block now. No, okay. Database is locked. Cool. Okay, so thank you for the test. Transaction. Block. Do they block? I should just check this. Transaction. The mode parameter may either be deferred, immediate, or exclusive if nil specified. It's a block. Yeah, there's a busy timeout. Which particular transaction mode do I want? Maybe immediate? Let's see what happens if I use transaction mode. Let's see what this does. Bow, bow, bow. Oh, they're both blocked. Oh, it's because I can't type unrecognized token. Is it? What's the actual? Oh, it's just, there's no hash. Right, sorry. Right, so immediate breaks. Let's try exclusive. Huh. They both break. SQLite, Ruby, wait for block. What if there's a way to... I mean, I could introduce a random sleep, but I would have thought that the Ruby gem I wonder what the busy timeout default is. So it's a busy handle that releases the... Is there a timeout? See the mutually exclusive busy timeout. But what's the default? Maybe it's because there's no new busy timeout. SQLite, Ruby, busy timeout. Whoops. Maybe it's because of the busy timeout. Is it because the busy timeout is like 0 by default, so it just breaks instantly? This documentation is not very good. Maybe it's because I'm like using it wrong. Maybe there's a better documentation somewhere. It's not very useful. Indicates that if a request for a resource terminates because of that resource is busy. Where's this documentation? I click this. Where's this? If I look at the menu, indicates that if a request for resource, yeah, where's this text? Busy time. All right, let's just try this. Let's go to the top. $300 milliseconds. There you go. There you go. Yeah, I actually didn't want to do anything. I'm just perpetuating the bug right now. Like, I actually don't want it to write to the same thing multiple times, right? There you go, there's two ASDF. This is the bug right here, right? Like, it's creating it twice, which is fine. I wanted to create it twice. But I just was like, I got totally sidetracked by the bug. Like, that exception was raised by the bug that I'm trying to get rid of. And I got totally sidetracked trying to understand the exception when I could have just like then accepted it. But if I go over here, BBDB, busy timeout. And my assumption is that the busy timeout is, I can't read the busy timeout. This documentation is whack, man. Am I seeing this documentation wrong or something? Alias. Alias. It's an alias. It's an alias for this. What is the default busy? Let's go SQLite GitHub. Let's just go read the source code, shall we? Search. Oh, I don't want to sign in. Am I trying to protect against multiple writes from different processes? Yeah, I don't want to have the multiple different clients writing to the same time. I want there to be one master writer at any one time. And like that bug, that exception was being thrown was the exact thing that I just don't want to happen. Like if this client over on the right-hand side is the writer, and I sort of spin up another client here, then they both shouldn't be trying to save messages to the database. But what happened in my case was I mean, in reality, I'm never really running multiple clients. I shouldn't be running one client at a time. But just as I'm doing dev on it, I'll be running multiple clients at once. And so this whole shenanigan started because I added SQLite in and I was trying to write and I got an exception and I was confused by the exception, but the exception was valid and correct. But I just wanted to understand the exception and I forgot the fact that I had two processes writing. I had two processes writing the same database and that exception was correct. Like it did what it was supposed to do. But in my head, the assumption that I made was that internally the SQLite gem would, if the resource was busy, it would do like an internal like, oh, it's busy, I'm going to wait. I'm going to do a sleep and wait, sleep and wait, sleep and wait, and then sort of time out after a while. But that wasn't happening. It was just breaking. And I think it's because busy timeout, which is the exact behavior that I'm used to in an ORM, was set to 0. And I can't search the GitHub source code because I'm not signed in, but I can do this. Bundle open SQLite. I can just read it on my computer. Whoops, chat. I got a gem file. Oh, it's because I'm using internal gems. Which SQLite? Let's find SQLite 3 then. Pragma busy timeout gets you the value. Really? That's what I want? db.execute pragma busy timeout. Like this. Oops, no. There we go. And if I run the SQLite over here, and busy timeout, is that a SQL thing, or is that a SQLite thing, or is that a Ruby thing? SQLite thing, right. This routine sets a busy handler that sleeps for a milliseconds amount of time when the table is locked. The handler will sleep multiple times until the milliseconds. Calling this routine, right. Got it. This is why we do this. Now we've learned some things. All right, great. So my presumption here is then just calling busy timeout is 300. Basically just probably sets in that CAPI call, that thing, it just sets the busy timeout. That's what that does. And so that has now done exactly what I wanted. It's just made my bug work. I was trying to get rid of this whole thing. And I didn't want to do that. So I don't know why I'm spending so much time trying to understand the bug, but now I understand the bug. All right, so now let's quickly just make this single writer thing work. It's not it's not as far as I wanted to get to today, but we're getting pretty close. So now I've got my messages being written to the database. I need to figure out a way to have an exclusive, like I am in charge of writing type technology. Now, I think what I might do and I don't need this transaction anymore. Locking mode exclusive does that. Okay. Right. Got it. So now I need a very quick way for only one of these clients to be the, if I have two clients at once, only one can write at a time. And I want it so that if one writer turns off, the other writer starts writing. So basically only do this if this particular client is the writing client. That's what I kind of want to figure out how to do. And so I don't know if there's a way for I want each connection to be have the capability of writing at any one time. So what I might do is use maybe I can use a file on the file system to sort of track who's the current writer with the process ID. So like there's a IRB, it's like PID or something, process ID. I can't remember how to get the process ID, but I'll figure it out in a minute. And then I can test to see if that, if the file, if the current process is what's in that process ID, then that person is the writer. That's right, it says Ruby process ID. Process, here we go. And then, so I can get the process ID. And how do I see if a process ID is active? I can kill a process. Test if process Ruby PID. Okay, cool. So let's try this. All right, in here. So let's do this. File dot open writer. Block. You can use an exclusive flock and a lock file to transact the writer. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of doing. I just don't know where to put it. Let's look at this. Got it. Okay. It's very ugly code, but let's just like this. All right, sort of like this. Whoops. Let's get rid of this. This code is so gross. So gross, but I don't need any of this. So I can go dot lock. Blah, blah, blah. Now, it gets the lock. Actually, what I want to do is pull this up to the top. So lock file. Okay, so if lock file dot basically I want this code here. Now, presumably, I can go to all this business now. Like this. Now, presumption here is so whenever I receive a message, I'm going to grab a lock on that .lock file. And if that succeeds, then I can do the write. But if a client then fails, then the lock will just be released by the OS. But I just don't know if flock will the thing I don't know is if the if this will return true if it'll return true if this process already has the lock. Let's see what happens. Whoops. Oh, nice. So this one here tested for the lock. Obviously failed to get the lock. And then this one won. Cool. So that's got the lock. And it tested for the lock again, but failed. And this got the lock. So if I now then cancel this particular process and type again, it's the winner. So now that's got the lock. And I do a bit of tappy here. Nice. Now I think this means one, two, three, four, five, six, one, two, three, four, five, six. Nice. Wouldn't it be rude to get? I wonder if it was rude. What if it was rude if I was to take a lock on the Twitch database itself, the Twitch database file? Wonder if that would be rude. Like instead of using a lock file, it was the Twitch database itself. SQLite Ruby lock database. Wow. I mean, I can just go. See what happens. See what happens. I mean, it's locking the file. This one's got the lock the whole time. Can I still query it? I can still query it. But if I go insert into messages, oops. Huh? How did that work? But there's a lock on my file. How is SQLite able to write to the file if there's a lock in the place? So confused. Yeah, just to make sure that it is all working like I expected. Yeah, so this has got the lock. Maybe Flock, maybe this file lock, you don't need a lock to open and write. It's just an advisory state. But how is this working then? And how is this like, is it because the lock that I've chosen Ruby isn't hardcore enough? Oh, it's an right. Right, so, right. But I'm using lock exclusive, or is Flock, not like a proper OS, like nothing else can write to this file lock? Is Flock just like a, hey, just so you know, this is my file, thanks, just don't write to it, please? Flock exclusive can only be obtained once. Other processes can't obtain it. They can still write though. Ah, right. Okay. Right. So locking. You're saying basically saying locking and writing are just there's different things. That is different things. Like, you can use Flock to grab a lock, but nothing else can get a lock. But writing, but you can use Flock to, I get it now, I get it. And so it seems fine for me to then just lock the database itself using file lock. Right, yeah, so Flock is just a separate layer. So does SQLite care about Flock at all? I wonder. SQLite introduced a new locking and journaling mechanism designed to improve concurrency. Allows atomic commits. Locking and concurrency control handled by the pager module. No locks in the database. That's what we've got. An exclusive lock is needed in order to write to any database. Only one exclusive lock is allowed on the file, and no other locks of any kind are allowed to coexist with the exclusive lock in order to maximize concurrency and minimize the amount of layout. The operating interface understands that and tracks all 5 lock states described above. The pager module only tracks 4 of the 5 locking states. Journaling. When a writer is ready to commit the changes, obtain an exclusive lock. How to corrupt. I don't even care about. Cool. Okay, well. So it seems like SQLite handles. It seems like it handles it fine. Like locking it the way that I'm locking it. You should never lock the DB file yourself. What does it say? You should never ever lock the DB file yourself. SQLite does its own locking in the server. SQLite used to use now, maybe explicit start a transaction. The lock file differs depending on the journal mode. Okay, so it says I shouldn't do that, but I did. What happens if I compile? What happens? But it seems to work. If you use the SQLite exclusive locking mode, SQLite handles only one process being able to write for you. Right, okay. Do you think that would be wise to have that transaction? But that would mean that I need to open the transaction at the very... if you handle the exclusive locking mode, SQLite handles only one process being able to write for you. Right. But if I open that transaction at sort of the start, but how would I? But I suppose I could put a transaction. But if I was to let's say my whole server, the whole client inside a transaction, and let just it figure it out for itself. If I run this insert, right, and it crashes, it's not going to commit, right, unless I call commit manually each time. Like, how would I ensure that it gets written to the save point? What is this? Commit. All right, let's just try it, see what happens with this. So let's rep. Let's wrap my whole server in transaction, exclusive transaction. And I'll get rid of my lock file here. Transaction exclusive. Let's get rid of that flock business from before. Let's get rid of this. As far as I understand, you don't need a transaction for locking mode exclusive. The first connection that writes to the DB only releases the lock when you close the connection. Yeah, but here's the thing. Look, see, it saved it twice though. Here it is, there and there. Like both wrote to the database inside the exclusive connection, even though I put it inside a thread. I just want to basically start a connection and have it just open the whole time. Where's the documentation for SQLite? Transaction. Begins if a block is given, if no block is given, it's the caller's responsibility to the end of transaction, especially either by calling commit or by calling rollback. Great, that's what I want. So I don't want this in a no, this should blow up now, right? Oops. Okay, database is locked. Yeah, okay, so that means that I can't even get an exclusive connection to it. Now, what if I was to then bring this? But the problem I'm going to have though, right, is if, let's say I put that transaction gear in here. Let's say there's two clients and one is just off by like 5 milliseconds. Like how do you, I want it sort of the transaction to be alive for the process itself. And so the transaction is sort of linked to the process. Yeah, the transaction is linked to the process. I don't have to manage the commit handling myself. So it's like, how can I guarantee only one gets written? Because if I bring this, if I put the busy, like let's say this receives the message like 5 milliseconds later, this writes it, and then because the lock isn't there anymore, Pragma schema locking mode is exclusive. Okay, Pragma. I seem to work. I seem to do something. Oh, I did it. Maybe not. Let's bring this all the way back up here. Unknown database schema. Maybe there's just no schema. Yes, that's exclusive. Now this create table failed because there's already a lock somewhere else. But even if I put the whole process in a transaction, that means that nothing's gonna get committed to the database, right? Like, and if I call commit, I think it's not going to release the transaction. It's going to keep, I have to keep opening up a new transaction. Unless I take a whole completely different approach to this whole thing and use an upsert. Does SQL have upserts? Can I then just like, maybe the answer is not do any of this. Maybe I'll take the channel name, the user, and the message. I might create like a virtual database locks obtained by a connection in exclusive mode may be released either by closing the database connection or by setting the locking mode back to normal. Interesting. Okay, so let's just try that out your way. Transaction. So you're saying if I put this down here, maybe, so we'll get rid of this busy timeout business. No, it's because the database is locked. Can't even do that. Let's go. Begin business rescue. I'll just like dirtily handle that. It's fine. Continue on your way, Ruby. Continue on your merry way. So one should break. Oh, both broke. Interesting. What broke this time? Oh, there we go. That one worked. Database is locked, so let's go. Let's copy that. Execute. Can't write to the DB. Oh, neither can write to the DB. They're both locked now. But neither can right now. Do I have another process running? And this one over here is not in using the old version of the code, so there's no SQL in that code yet. When the locking mode is set to exclusive, the database connection never releases file locks. The first time the database is read in exclusive mode, a shared lock is obtained and held. The first time the database is written, an exclusive lock is obtained and held. Data obtained by connection in exclusive mode may be released by either closing the database connection or by setting the locking back to normal. Right. When the locking mode pragma specifies a particular database, for example, pragma main. Is it main? Maybe I'm not doing it correctly. Let's just try blowing this whole thing away. Twitch database. Let's try it. Oh, touch. Maybe something weird funky up into it. Oh, maybe there was a different lock. Okay, so that's writing. One database is writing now. Ah, password database is locked. Oh, so no one else can access it. Like the whole access is blocked now. So now if I was to close this off, I wonder if this will start picking up the connection. So now that can write to the DB if I open this one. This one can't write to the DB. Pass error, database is locked. But this is good, but now I can't, nothing else can read from it. The application wants to prevent other processes from accessing the database file. The number of system calls for server operators reduce possible resources. While databases can be accessed in exclusive mode without the use of shared memory. Maybe I have to turn on wall mode. Whoops. Database is locked. Maybe by maybe it's not being cleaned up properly. Maybe by canceling it, like the lock is still. Maybe there's an old lock hanging around. Oops, go to the database. Ruby, oops. Database is locked. How to read transaction locking mode.
if you create a designated write-only DDB connection with the lock, no read lock will be create. Right. Maybe what's happening. You know what could be happening is maybe even just creating SQLite. You know what it could be. Maybe right. So I think this is good. This gear you've got here is good. All right. So I've got one client open. SQLite 3 help. Maybe it's open that. Maybe read only. There we go. Database is locked. Oh, what? I was hoping it would be in read-only mode. Where is it gone? My docs. Read a locking mode exclusive database. What does the AI say? To read a database, the database connection must be opened with the appropriate parameters to ensure exclusive access. This is include locking mode exclusive or database. Database locks obtained by an exclusive connection may be released either by closing the database connection or by setting the locking mode back to normal using this pragma. Simply setting locking mode to normal is not enough. Locks are not released until the next time the database files are accessed. Well, this is got locking mode. Can I? That means only one thing can read at a time. I wonder if there's a one-liner in SQLite 3 for just write it. Because the only operation I'm going to do is writing, right? Just saving and writing. Oh no, because I want to be able to read it as well. What if I do it in here? Pragma main.locking mode. The rest locked didn't work. It's not the products. Or maybe this is what I actually say. That's what I'll do. Yeah, maybe you can add a primary key column that contains a hash of the timestamp message and username. Look, I mean, that has crossed my mind many times, and just fucking around with locking just seems like a bad time. And I was looking at whether or not SQLite had an upsert gear. Yeah, and I think this is just because, like I said, I'm actually a pretty good programmer, but I'm just trying not to. I'm just trying to explore things that I've not really explored before. You know, try to do things more lower level than higher level. And I know that if I just used a gem with some random locking shit, I would have done like 2 seconds. But I've never really dove deep into how these things work before, and so. What have I learned is that the locking mode is locking. Like this process has this file lockdown time, and it's good for some use cases, but I don't think I need it in my use case. So I can use maybe an upsert. Some example of upsert. So word text primary key. So that's the word there. Counts. So insert into vocabulary word values jovial on conflict word pardon me. So on conflict, when there's a word in the primary key, so the text can be the primary key. Yeah, maybe I'll just do that. Fuck around with it. I think it's ignore all this lucky business. So instead of an ID, actually, I suppose I could just keep ID as well. What if I just go primary key is text? Maybe just set the text. Text. All right, let's just do some dirty shit. I mean, if there's no length, here's what I could do, right? So, all right, so I'm gonna make sure there's no leftover DB shit. DB create. I'll leave that in the. That's fine. Get rid of that. All right, so this is the insert into messages. Here's what I could do. All right, bring the ID in and just set the ID myself. Message.id. And just have my own message handling. So, struct message. And I'll just do def ID. Now, what sort of, how should I, so what should I do here? Let's do, I think let's try, I mean, this is this 2S method that I have here that just like reserializes the whole IC message. So I could do base 64 dot encode 64 a 2S representation of myself. That's somewhat going to be somewhat unique. Actually, you know what? Let's go time.now.2s. This is wrong, but I think there might actually be a thing inside the Twitch of message ID anyway. Badge info. ID, there we go. That's inside the Twitch thing already. So there's a tags ID. Or try this. And let's just go render message. We'll just go p message.id just to see what this does. Nil. What's a nils? So there was a message ID here. All right, not returning it. Well. Probably could make this handler a bit better. So it's sort of just relying on the Twitch client to do the right thing. p.id. There you go. ID. All right, you know what I should do? All right, so there's an ID there. So conflict. Now, if I run this, let's remove this handling. Yeah, that's fine. Message.id. So this should work, and then it should conflict. Client, because I'm going to save two of the same ID. Aha, success. Whoops, I forgot one more dollar question mark thingy. Oh, this code is just so ugly. So ugly. Look forward to cleaning it up. But cleaning it up would not be overly entertaining. Great, 2 connections open. Testing. Why did this break now? Data type mismatch. Really? Did I not? Oh, maybe this is the old Twitch database where the IDs were not text. Ah, damn it. Ruby. Great, that's exactly what I wanted. Success. What database is locked is not what I want, but let's bring back busy timeout. So both should write, and then they both should still try to write correctly, but one should raise another exception of like not allowed. Unique constraint. Success. Now on conflict of the ID, I want to just basically do nothing, I think. Yep. On conflict of ID, do nothing. Execute. On conflict of ID, do nothing. Groovy. Cool, that means that that transaction worked, but I mean, I should probably put something in here just so I know it's doing something. Hey, unique constraint failed. And so now if I open up SQLite. A. I have IDs. So only run writer will work at a time now, which is good. It's still reading from my file system cache, but that's fine for now. Cool. All right. Well, I think that might be all I've got time for today. It's 3 o'clock. It's going to be daycare pickup soon for the children. But I've learned a bunch of stuff about SQLite, and that was useful. What did I learn? I learned about Flock. I learned about how Flock works. I learned that Flock was advisory and really has nothing to do with writing the file. I learned that SQLite has, some the exclusive mode and the pragma stuff, and that this busy timeout is something that you really need to set. What else did I learn? I learned that the SQLite was behaving properly, and that the busy timeout was stopping the whole thing from not working, and that what else did I learn? And that locking the database the way that I was doing it was dumb. Was so dumb and overly complicated, and I probably should have just used upsert, which is something that was sort of created. I think I was somewhat avoiding the upsert gear because I know not each message didn't really have a unique ID, like random server messages. But I guess I don't have to worry about the actual IRC server messages because I'm just want to storing the actual users themselves. And what else did we do? That's sort of it. I hope, that's it for me. I think I learned about a bunch of things, and this was super useful. And now I think I might just afterwards just rewrite it in SQL. What's that? Ruby SQL gem, I think, the database toolkit. Maybe I just rewrite it in this afterwards. Thread safety, connection pooling, concise DSL, comprehensive ORM layer, advanced database features such as prepared statements, bound variables. Maybe I'll just rewrite the whole thing to be this afterwards, because this is obviously so much of a nicer. Create a database set for the items table, populate the table. Yeah, I mean, look, this is quite... Yeah, maybe I could just rewrite it in this another time, or datasets. Or maybe I just, I can always just pull in active record. I mean, that's also a thing I can do. Just bring in Rails and then just set up the database like this, all this business. Look, SQLite 3, this is a single line SQLite 3 thing. Blah, blah, blah. And I probably would have done I'd have been done 20 hours ago if I was just using all this business. And I bet you I could remove all my IRC handling as well. IRC Ruby gem. I bet there's an IRC Ruby gem. Yeah. IRC client library in pure Ruby 11 years ago. What's this one? 13 years ago. Right. The you can see the state of the what's Arbot? The state of Ruby IRC. The state of Ruby and IRC is pretty Ruby IRC. Is there just IRC parser Ruby? 14 years ago. Wow, there you go. I mean, this is just an IRC parser. Probably it would just be fine. Sponge. Sponge A. is sponge. Meh. All right, let's try for another day. Well, thank you, folks, for helping me out. I hope that was as frustrating as it was for you as it was for me. Hope you learned something as well, like I did. On that note, I'm going to go now and cry myself to sleep because of the immense atrocities and how bad I am at programming. Cool. Well, on that note, goodbye, friends. Stop the stream. Stop the stream technology. All right. Thank you. Nice banana. Yes, you did it. It's a secret that only we know. Only we know about the nice banana. We only know. It's very good technology. I want to make it do more. I actually think I can make it so I can change the background color. Maybe I can get it to like change the desktop wallpaper as well. Like the hyperpaper. Yeah, I'll do that next time. I was always tempted to make the banana change the background color, but I'll do that another time. All right, folks.